Alrighty, let's get back to it. I don't mean to brag, but I think I make some damn good burgers. Whew. Welcome back. Thank you, Captain. Woo. We have been gnomed. Alright, we're going down the Gilded Path. Oh, hello. Cease all activity. This hooded figure.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
Hold up, then. See if you got some more deets on you. Senior member of the Undying, known as the bearer of the Burning Quill. I think it's literally just all he's told us. Coordinates his orders. Research into Ultima from the headquarters. At his liege, Joshua. Okay. Undying, there's more details on them? No. Okay.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady.
Well, we've met two.
We are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve.
The darkness.
Both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you.
More stuff going on my Boy Scout badge. Dash.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
We need to make that meme.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Bedfellow. Ooh. I know it's not what he means. Wait, Undying Alkalite?
Ah, Lord Rosfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord, and may the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
Now I'm curious, like, how many NPCs, if I backtrack through all the places, are going to be like, yeah, I'm an Undying.
City's under siege? Who'd have thought?
That's kind of neat. So I'm going to guess maybe here is where those enemy or things are. And that is where we shall go.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
Yeah, totally. As I see a doggy. I'm going the wrong way. Promise I'm not stupid. Who let the dogs out? Yo, that was kind of sick. Look at that explosion with that howl.
You're on my side, Toro.
I love this skill. Cool, but still suit right. It was just like a perfect timed howl into boo. It's kind of like they had an explosion behind them, like presenting how cool they were. Kind of like a, you know, like a Power Rangers transformation scene, where the sudden explosion behind them after they do their cool poses and shit. All right, so can't go that way, so back down we go. Hello. You're just the guy. Yeah, you're just the watchman. Who watches the watchman? Oh, hello.
Be safe.
Orcish? Fodder? Fodder. I'm sorry, you were fodder.
Then let us be rid of them.
Nope. Got my balls off. Oh, there's more down that way. Does this split? No, it doesn't really split. Ow. I love that skill. I really do. Part of me wants to try flare breath.
Smoke.
Oh, smoke. Oh no. Flare. You know, we're gonna upgrade it and we're gonna try it.
There's the city.
We've done impulse enough. We're gonna try flare. What's going on? This don't look good.
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Uh-oh. Wait, new quest? Man, they're really piling on the new quests. Oh. What about marks? Is there just the one down here still? Or are there any new ones? They said get to work. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I'm not against doing them. It's just like I thought the story was gonna like start pacing up again and get going. But it looks like we got 3 quests just out in the field. I guess we're gonna do them. Mentioned how a mechanic that was in 14. What's that? I mean, this game is just Action 14. I love 14, so I'm not complaining at all.
I was hoping to see.
Oh? And why is that?
This is just 14 if
Guardians took up residence here after the
it wasn't
Akashic
MMO
attacked.
combat and instead
Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems
DMC
our barracks
combat.
in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could. But where would I
quests
put
with
'em?
an exclamation
Just
have
enough room
better
up here on
quality
the rock.
rewards.
Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us
The-
safe are living like beggars.
The quests that have a plus symbol,
And it ain't just that lot.
same thing
Bears to think
in
about too.
14. It
There's been more and more of
unlocks
them turning up lately.
a
Coming from all over
mechanic of
looking for safe
sorts.
haven. But there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep
Like
cramming more and more people
the
into
quest
less
that
and less
got me
space.
Ambrosia
What we
back
need is
had
a
a
new
had a
home for
plus
our
on
new
it as opposed to
rivals.
just a normal
And
quest.
that's what I
So
was
then you
hoping
know
you
it's
might
like,
help
oh, I
with.
got to do that one
If
for
it ain't
sure.
too much of a burden, of course.
It's no burden.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
one.
Clive.
So,
Well,
Eastpool, it's been
it was and if any, but what's done is done. And those who live,
I suppose.
the blight might be pressing in, but there's just one. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. Nasty bastards they are too. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner if my. But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on.
I do. Eastpool
All right, let's go
was
raid 'em.
home to people I loved.
And I know I've or and I.
All right, can I go kill him? Jeez. Y'all reminiscing about the past while it's like, hey, let's go kill those things.
Back
Sure.
to Eastpool, then.
Not just yet. Let's hear Wade's plan first.
I'm on for making this town a welcoming.
No, Wade.
So, Wade, it's good to see you well.
And you, Lord Rossfield. And you.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool.
That's right. Though it was mostly her idea. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee their masters. We need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of worse places than Eastpool.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues running for the hills.
So,
Yeah.
what can you tell me?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our last count, and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with Akashic. A small force would suffice to clear the village, but if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard place indeed.
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bandit. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off any Akashic. Make sure I'm not...
I can't...
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, if you're sure, I shall summon my men at once.
Shall I wait?
No need, my lord. You go on it.
All right.
We shall see you there.
Woo! I'm gonna check merchant though. I'm trying to make sure I bought like all the orchestra rolls from everybody. Yeah, I got yours.
Fairly well.
Are these active yet? Like, why is this glowing again? I have to go all the way up there anyway, so we're just gonna hit that first. And then just teleport up there. I need to know. Otherwise, I bet those things come active. My guess would then be after you do the last mother crystal.
Ready, go?
That's my guess. Hey, the enemy's leveled up here finally. We're in the 30s. It's glowing. Now I'm curious.
You deserve a rest.
Toasty! It lasts a while. That's half the duration it's down. I don't know if it's good on damage though. It's a 3-star on damage. So maybe when they're broken, it's pretty good for breaking. Or damage breaking. You know. I'll give it another whirl. What's this about?
This one's awake.
Chronoliths, similar to the Artstone, that is within them is hidden a virtual battlefield accessible by Clive and Clive alone. With a time trial, which must meet combat continuous waves of delay, equipped only with the feat and abilities of a single ion. Okay.
Let's see what's inside.
Trial by fire. Interesting. I like it. This is a boot. Stage 1. Alright, so I can assign myself, maybe? Complete the trial, must defeat all enemies before time runs out, using only the predetermined feat and abilities of a single ion. Time can be extended by performing certain battle techniques specified before the start of each trial phase. I got Rising and Scarlet. Okay. 8 shift combo. What is a shift combo? Land a 4-hit melee combo after closing in on an enemy. Good lord, this is interesting. Rising finish. So kill something with that. Oh no, just do a shift combo, not 8 of them. That's just how many seconds you get. Okay, okay, okay. Strike 2 enemies with a cyclone. Okay. Precision dodge. Always dodge. Multi-burst. Land 10 multi-bursts. Okay. Ability finishes. Let's give it a whirl. Easy. Double shift? And a swift. Oh, I never did a lap. I didn't do that. Okay. Okay. Stage 2. Problem fire, stage 2. What do you got me? Heat wave. I wish I could change the button assignment. Can I? That's a little annoying. Primarily because I've always had heat wave on triangle. So this is this would be backwards buttons for me. So that makes it kind of annoying. Do a heat wave counter? Yeah, okay. Pretty much just do things. Shift combo, double shift. Go. Damn, I hate that thing's delay.
It's over. Nice try.
Ish. Dude, chill.
try. Slow. Nice try. Not good.
Man.
Nice try. You're finished.
Bro, it's difficult. I got a minute remaining. What are you giving me? Heatwave flames? Okay. Heatwave 15 flames of punishment, so just using it will give you 15. I feel like I need to like pop it right away. In a 4-hit melee combo after closing in on an enemy. Okay.
Too slow.
Oh my god. This is cool. Oh no.
Nice try. I failed.
Can I retry it? Okay. Wonder where it's gonna kick me up at. Stage 1? Oh my god. I get the gist of it now, but... Whew.
It's over. Nice try.
Ow.
Nice try.
Double shift. I did that, I thought. Land a shot on an enemy in the air. Land a shift shot on an enemy in the air 2 times. Oh. In the air. Heat wave and scarlet. Okay. Damn it! Damn it! Oh my god! I hate these things. Oh my god, wrong button. Oh my god, I'm trying to get to the bugs. I guess I just don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That guy's so frustrating. But I guess for that fight, you just need to ignore the bugs. That's what it seems like, I guess. I wish you could just redo the trial from that stage, from where you were. With this low of health, I don't think I'm gonna get to much. Ah. Damn it. God. no! Oh no! I mistimed it! Damn it! I don't want to do this anymore. I'm salty. Put the ring on Shmi. I can't put the ring on. It uses set equipment. As far as I could tell. At least, it said icons, at least. I would assume it puts default equipment, but if it doesn't, then I might cheese that shit for that ring. I earned that ring, after all. I found it in the chest.
Caution, brother.
Oh, hi, guys.
Who the hell are you?
I'm very angry right now.
Kill them!
We will leave this place.
Or face the consequences. That's the end of that, then.
I don't think I like the flame.
Oh,
Ooh,
maybe
gooey.
not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes to.
Two scoops. How come you get two scoops? I just don't see like this is doing a lot of damage comparatively. Ow. Bro.
Any more surprises?
Nope.
I'll take that as a no.
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for a Kashik.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time to see you slay that... whatever it was.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the Guardians will be up to the challenge should another appear.
I would hope so, my lord.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away. Before any other unsavory characters move in.
Of course. I'll send orders for them to depart immediately. Leave it with me, my lord.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease, but we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts. He should be a part of this.
Of course. I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord. Safe travels.
Eastpool lives again.
Let's go and tell Martha the good news.
Cool. Martha, Martha, Martha. Ugh. Blizzard stuff down to DDoS. Ooh, that sucks. To be fair, they really shouldn't be making nothing but online-only games.
Ah, there
There's
you
no
are.
benefit.
All went well then. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept an eye out. Nicely done. And what's all this about some shape-shifting nightmare showing up?
Yeah, it was
On
ugly.
second thoughts, don't tell me. It'll only give me nightmares of my own. What matters is you did it. And now we can build our new village.
I suppose it will be. What will you call it?
What else? Eastpool. Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place, but that don't undo the good that happened there. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool, but their work ain't done yet, the way I see it. If it's food or lumber or strong backs they need, the rest is ready to provide it.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to.
Nice. That's complete. I did do a quick Googling. You can use equipment changes on the trials. So it says, the thing says, like, try them when you have your best equipment. So it's like, all right, I guess I'll put the ring on. I guess.
What's happened?
Quest.
If we're going to do this,
Clive.
Hi.
Your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talent.
And what talents?
Why, your fearlessness.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, Randalar has been particularly badly affected. None remain free for long, of course. But the army, too, is in disarray.
And you've been looking to buy?
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more.
So where does my skill with a blade
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house. So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of... And we believe we have found one. The place was abandoned a long time ago.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless sort...
Sure, we'll do it.
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you...
Of course.
Sounds like a...
I will. We have an entire... Even if I begin... So I'd better try to clear the place out.
I'll do my...
You will find the village in Chedra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft.
All right.
I'm sure...
Trading places. Ooh, it's pretty easy to get to.
Come on.
Away we go. Doot, 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 doot. Can I go on this one? I can't.
Right.
Excuse me. Why, hello there.
This must have been a nice place once.
It will be again.
Oh, I still have this attack on. Well, it's really nice for the gathering. Jesus, Joshua. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love you, Bahamut.
I think that's the last of them.
We only destroyed half the city with, I do not like Flare. That one is a little goofy. So it puts us at 2,000 points. We don't use. Mastered that one.
Wait. Let's head back to Boklad.
Oh, ready.
Something the matter? Quiet.
Those are our terms. I trust that you...
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, but enough about him.
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work?
I should go and let Eloise know.
Don't let me... but Clive. Don't tell her I was watching her. She'll only get up. I'll explain everything once you've finished with you.
Right.
You've been saying Clyde when it's Clyde. I thought you were just doing it on purpose. No, it's Clyde.
Eloise, I just got back from Cashlog.
Thank you, Clive. Here. Well then, I suppose the first thing...
You're still in a good...
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf.
To you, he's a Clyde.
Things have been trickier than we anticipate. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing, but we shall emerge victorious in...
Well...
I'm not sure I do.
Trading places. Money. Thank you for money.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to...
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's...
I don't think I've heard...
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has. They operate across the length and breadth of the Republic, and they're still expanding. They've been trying to get Eloise to join their ranks for some time now, and judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept their latest offer.
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did what makes her happy, and I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery, and we have striven to save others like, but this was not the life my sister wanted, and I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bonds, and she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did, and I want to repay the favor by letting her live her own life. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need... Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, These bearers aren't going to... That's a job.
Woo! Good job, people. Alright, so what? We just got the one? I don't think there's any other marks. We'll take a trip back home after we do this quest. In Lost Way.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales.
You're still here?
Anything you don't need.
You know what you have to do. Clive, as you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief... Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. And I understand more that his revenge.
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for since that day.
You're one to talk about revenge, Clive.
Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any good. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for... And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live, even should Lostwing die?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of the people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger.
Understood.
Then the last of my preparations are complete, and may Griga guide us. All of us.
For great justice! Let us go have our great justice.
We are away. In Gotan's Bales.
Can I choke a boat? There we go.
Ready, go?
Faster!
Hey guys.
No need to ride from here. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best.
Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quinton. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's because he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice.
I hope so too.
Oi!
Hello?
You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster! They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. We can't let Quinton die before that bastard does.
All right. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heaven Hall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
I'll do what I can. Jeez! So far away. I guess we'll just go to Northreach real quick. No promises.
Nothing like a little unrest. Filled a coffin.
Oh, no, get on the
Let's
chocobo.
go.
Yeah.
Go that way. Oh, I got some glowy boys.
Time to fight.
Man, I don't know where I'm fucking going. There we go.
Clive, look.
Yeah, dead people.
Don't tell me we're too late. Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive,
You look okay.
which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
The big boy.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then.
That is no more guard dog.
No. Just a rebel beast that needs to be put down.
Damn. Oh, that was quick.
Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear, just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans, building a haven in Lostwing, freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost, so that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news.
Uh-oh.
It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
Aether flood? That's not good.
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool!
Quentin!
Damn it. Quentin's not going to last long in there.
Let me finish this quickly.
I can't believe that one's still alive.
This might take a while. Titan! It's over. Quentin! Hold on. I'm gonna get you out of here.
Got my balls at him. Hold my balls.
I need to get back to Quentin.
Bro?
Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here.
Silly man.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you're only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back, but I prayed, and you did.
Prayed.
There's got to be a reason for that. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? Why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lost Wing. Right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quinton we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quinton will suffice, after all. We are family.
Oh. Take a shower, though. You are bleeding all over the carpet. And it's not your blood.
Withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet, if you don't mind waiting.
I look forward to it.
12 years. Oh, great justice. Hangman signboard. Nice. Breath of the Wind reduces the cooldown by 2.7 seconds. Specifically 2.7. Alrighty. Let's run home really quick. Just make sure like there's no new hunts. Then we're off. Yep, right. Oh yeah, there's a new hunt. What kind of goodies we gonna get? What you got, Nectar? Nice jig. Oh, we got a B rank. Nothing too fancy. The Man in Black. Let's see. The greater part of those Black Shields who spied on the Lost Wing. It's in Lost Wing, okay. We're taken by the Aether Flood. However, we have received reports that one yet survives. A zealot of their own evil causes who perish the labor. So it's just in Lost. Okay.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you
Talisman
are.
of Primate. Find out what that's about.
Best of luck out there.
Increases Lionheart tonic duration by 30 seconds. That's actually a good one for that, but specific to using Lionhearts.
Sid?
Where was Lost Heart? Right here? Lost Heart. Let's find that hunt. Wonder where it could be in here, actually. You know, I never went down the cellar passage. That's gonna be my guess. We were never allowed down here. Hey, here's the boy. Holy trumpeter. He just wants the wine for himself.
Bring out the bearers! Let me and my mortar purge them of their sin!
You'll regret doing my mother's bidding.
I can't see. So much things going on, I can't see.
Your work here is done.
Rip in peace. All right, that's everything. Let's go. Story, 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 story. Oh, this looks great.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Damn.
Hey?
Been here 5 seconds, Joshua. You're already all over mid. Don't you have your own girl?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like.
Controlled?
Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Woo!
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Me and Torgal Adventures. Evenfall. Would its neighbor be Odd Winter?
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things.
Nope, they didn't do it.
They've been routed. They're wearing Maluda armor.
They're only level 20. What have you been doing? Chunky. The orcs versus these things, they're just kind of getting along. Oh, there you are. Screw your protection. People protects on him and then it just gets shattered by the thing.
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
Nothing good. Go, Torgal. Nope, nothing. Yo! Ooh, I didn't get the hit off. I love it. Need I say any more?
Don't get surrounded.
Money.
That sounded big.
Yo.
Joshua and Jill must be busy.
It's over.
Hello.
Fire and flame.
That's a big blow.
Nice try.
Oh.
Gather. There may still be survivors inside.
I have a big laser too, buddy. I want Pet Torgal. Won't let me. Yo, chest. Favor of Light, Flare Breath. I don't use Flare Breath.
What does he want?
He wants these nuts!
You've caused quite the commotion.
Oh, hello.
But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You decided to put armor on.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt. And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard. And you will yield.
No.
Or not. As long
Too slow. Too slow.
Oh, where'd he go?
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
You shit talking?
What now? A gift from my liege lord's armory.
Ooh.
Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Ow. Bro, get back here. Easy. Wait, that's his name. That's Odin's horse's name. He's the horse.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
I just thought he was a dude. He's apparently a horse. Was my guess.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see. We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Yo! Odin making a nice entrance. Yep, there it be.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm,
Nah.
Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential. Stop calling me Mythos. But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing.
No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised. Try it.
You just kind of kick me? That's all it's gonna take to get you down? You even went Super Saiyan. Get back up, buddy.
You are as weak as all the rest.
Joshua!
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Aw, Torgo's got my sword.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Jill? The Ironwork.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own.
Oh
I'm
boy.
afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece.
Good lord.
All right.
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
I'm worried about Jill.
Don't you dare
A
do
lot.
that again.
What of the royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
Sure, but we should go find her.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
First time we've seen him without his armor on. Besides, you know, when he was naked. Ooh. Like, I was expecting to get Shiva's skills, of course, at some point, because that's just one of the dominants, of course. Right. Once we started narrowing it down, I kind of expected Odin to be the one that's like gonna like mortally hurt her or something. Doesn't mean I like it. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff.
Cole said it was an army of a cash.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a cat?
What kind of hunts we got this time? One. A bird. Red comet. Yo. Has the time come? The sickle. Almekia? Where are we at? Hunters of Tabar speak of wild chocobo that haunts not only the nearby Badlands, but also their dreams, for it exhibits a ferocity rarely seen in the species, and has ripped more than a dozen of their comrades from gizzard to groin and feasted on their flesh. The bird is far past taming and needs to be put... Ugh. Hunters of Tabor. That's the only thing it's given me is only nearly Badlands, but also Badlands. Let's see if we can find it on the map. It's gonna be in this area. Probably down this way, because that's the only part that we haven't explored. That's typically how this goes. Do we just want to go straight for it? I think so.
Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
I'm trying to get off this cliff. There we go. Aw. Titan's way. Oh, I'm stuck.
No holding back.
These seem like really small places to fight, though. I'm gonna bet not. Unless it's back here again. Yo, that's a first.
Nice try. Too slow.
That's a lot of 420s. Never been hit off the never been hit off the chocobo before. Poor baby. Come back. Why are you kids? Ah, we missed the turn in. All right, we can do this.
Nice try.
Easy. So nothing back here? Oh, there's one. What could this be? Ring of the Demolition. Tell me more. Increases magic burst will damage by 15%. Magic burst? What is magic burst? I guess that's when I use the big skill. I guess we'll loop around and then check down there real quick. My only other guess would be up there, but that's the Republican camp. We also haven't seen this way. This was cut off, so I can't go up that way. Unless that opens up. That's inaccessible. Okay. Ow. Thank you. Oh, it's at the sickle. That's right. I had that covered. So it's right here. Okay. We'll go right here and run it. Hydrating.
Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
I should have marked it. I don't need to mark it. It's just right over here. Okay. Good luck, Storm Panther. We're hunting the dreaded chocobo. Dread chocobo. Not a red chocobo. A dread chocobo. There he is. Ugh. Colorful blood. Look at that. He's a colorful bird. Dread comet. If he doesn't drop meteors, I'm gonna be upset.
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
There's a good boy.
God, how many times?
Awaken! Titan! Over here! Farewell.
Oh, that's evil. Farewell. Okay, I'm happy there is Choco Meteor in the game. Comet Feather. Nice.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
What's this? Thank you. There's a new item here. Go check it out. Might be an orchestra roll.
The bandits may be known. Look what they've left us.
Mummy,
Mummy.
The gentleman of the town guard.
Where's that merchant? About this way, right? There you are.
Good day, my lord.
Rune Blade. I'll buy one.
My thanks.
It is better than what I got at the moment, so sure, let's go on.
Here you are. My thanks.
Lightning Rod, cooldown. 5 seconds.
Fare you well.
Where are we going? We're going back home then? I guess. We killed all the marks. Yeah, I guess so. Dude's back at home. Got new crafting and everything to do. Ooh, what do you got new?
Clive, coin purse weighing you down?
Nah. Rune belts. I'll buy one just for habit.
I'll find a better price than that.
Rune armor.
It'd better
Fine.
I'll be here. None today, I'm afraid. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
Maybe.
So what do I owe the honor?
We're using the forge.
Sanctorian, dear.
Rune bill. Okay, we'll just re-upgrade that.
Yeah, that should do you.
84th, 20. I mean, it's not that much better. I'm not gonna upgrade it. This is better, though.
My best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later.
Rune blade.
My best work.
Rune blade.
You can thank me later.
And?
Alright, what else is there? Chambers thing? Okay. No new hunts, so we'll check these couple things and then we're gonna continue. I'm excited. Hanged Man signboard, yeah. Got the gifted to Clive Biker. Oh, okay. What's that one? On our own terms. Great that both you and the lump had to go get all tangled up in the wicked weave of that sword pass. One don't need a pair of eyes to see the good you've done. Aw. Duty! In your absence, I shall watch over my new charges, affording them the protection I'm able. Okay. Starting over. Hey, Quentin. You psychopath.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've tons of...
Wasn't there a fourth mode on this? Still don't have it. Okay.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
How are we supposed to do our duty when...
What's up, Otto?
Clive? But if you're here,
yeah?
Where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me. They're all right. But it's a long story.
Story of me getting my ass kicked.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? But at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be... Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know. But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid. Then I'll check the workshop.
To the workshop. Search Mid's dungeon? Oh, that's a weird thing.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh. Sid's...
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please
Surprised with the
tell me
amount
it
of
is all
content?
right.
Yeah.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar.
I haven't been going light on the game, and it's still going.
What's this tucked inside it?
I know you like your riddles, so I reckon you'll appreciate this one. Of all my inventions, this one's the best. And so when choosing its place of rest, I recalled your opus, Daughter Dearest, and now it sleeps there in the first. I'm going to have to work on that last round. Good luck.
Sid's best invention. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be?
Going down that way.
Just I might know.
It is a very minor gripe, but I wish there were more outfits for Clive so far.
Well, did you find anything?
It just seems kind of like a game that should
You wouldn't happen to know
have,
what Mid's first opus was?
I don't know, some kind of form of
That
blaming.
girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together. It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
Get away from that, kids. I need it.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this.
No.
Good job, kids.
Nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way.
What could be? Is it plugged in?
Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah. There.
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Hey, new music.
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
All right. That's a bit of a MacGuffin. Just happens to be the exact thing we might be looking for. Okay. Why not? Sid made it all this time ago.
Just the two I was looking for.
Two of us.
Aye. Who's a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Oh.
Dion left.
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Good advice.
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails.
New quest.
I have to get back.
Gotta go all the way up there for a new quest? Oh my god, there's 2 that actually unlock things. Please, sir, can I have some marble? Blacksmith Blues. Nice. Tears of Mercy. Alright, let's get up to the backyard first and see what's up. Loop around from there. Wait, was there new hunts? No new hunts.
He's a surly soaker. Who cares?
I gotta go all the way down this. Woo! We piling on them side quests. Hey, Nigel.
Do you?
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However,
I can't.
I'm gonna get more
marry the
spoiled?
Morganbeards.
Ooh.
With Morbles. I know. But hear me out. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient-rich ether. I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate the flower to bloom. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
I guess we're gonna go.
And all you need is a single vine.
That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. But, as luck would have it, a most extraordinary specimen is rumored to haunt the swamps of Rosaria. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was only recently posted on the hunt board.
Must have been literally a second ago.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I.
I'm gonna guess this is going to increase the healing of my stuff again. Maybe. Alright, alright. Ooh, there's the ironworks that we gotta go back to. Any other quests out here? We'll pick them up.
Cole said it was an army of a cash.
All right, Clark. Blackthorn told me you helped him out. Speaking of which, I'm
Worried about him.
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when you're around...
Alright.
I'd speak to him again.
Cheers.
I'll be sure to pay him.
All right.
What better weapon can we make than Excalibur at this time? What you got, buddy?
She can't. Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her... I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. Will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
Here's a
mercy. To order Taya to do anything.
Oh, thank you.
Bum. Well, since you're right here.
Well, Altair, we all admire your dedication, but...
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia. It's the only thing strong enough.
You wouldn't, Tyre. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
So it's basically your
Sometimes
morphine?
an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid contact with the tears. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready before you return.
So you need tears from...
Thank you, Clive.
Me
I
giving
won't
you an
forget this.
eye isn't just going to give you tears. You need the tear ducts. But I'm not the scientist here. Marble. He's a B rank. What a B. So Whispering Waters Rosario. Let's write that down. Whispering Waters Rosario. What other deets can you give me? If you swim across a red carrot protruding from the marshes of the Three Reeds. Three Reeds? Do not attempt to pull it away from the swampy soil. It is in truth another root vegetable entirely, an exotic species of marble that uses modified carrot-like vines to lure enemies out. Okay. That's what we'll do. Let's go see what Blackthorn
Cole said it was an
desires from seeing this ring. What up?
Bloody hell, Clive. Not this again.
This again. Intervention.
Ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you.
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said...
It was the ring. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Don't be like...
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan.
Zoltan!
We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Vast has improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is, I couldn't make anything even half that detailed.
So what? You're an armorer, not a jeweler.
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my swords keep you dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my heart and soul into my work, because the curse breakers deserve better than second best. And I refuse to be shown up by the likes of Zoltan.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy to see me.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second best, swallow your pride, and focus all your energies on the task at hand, keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't, and it's going to distract you...
What'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right, and it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name is then?
In Dravost, my old village.
Dravost, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold.
Good luck with that.
That was locked off. No, it's not. Alrighty. Off we go. What do we want to do first? What's this one? Tears of Mercy? Oh, let's go get the tears first. The guy's dying. It's also the one that only has rewards and nothing unlockable. Sheesh, where you at? All the way down there? Ouch! We'll hydrate in one moment. Can't navigate stairs one-handed. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Hello, Ralph. Nice to see you again. Thank you for the headbat. Can I just get on my chocobo? No. Actually, I'm not that far. And I see gobbies. Bye.
Well, maybe you could have mentioned his spiders were the size of curls.
Punch the spiders! You're not dead? There we go. Wow, we got a lot of points. 3,000. I should start doing something.
Hopefully we'll...
Start spending some. Or we just start saving them. Because I'm sure we're going to get Shiva soon or something. Do I want to get Cyclone? Cyclone's been good. It's mostly for breaking. This has been really good for damage. I want to change it to Flames. Really wish Ignition was better. It's really a weird one. Man. It's unfortunate is all I can say. I got Raging Fists. Let's upgrade that. Alright, we gooch.
will be enough.
Ooh, that'll get that guy. Where is it? Rosario was the other thing? Yeah, it's in here. Let's find this hunt. Oh, Martha's Rest got a new thing. We can go check that out here too. What am I looking for? 3 reeds. Broken Hilt, East Pool. 3 reeds in here. Okay. So Martha's Rest is actually the closest. That works.
Anything catch your eye?
Got merchant. Satellite. Reduces satellite cooldown by 4 seconds.
Take care out there, eh?
We've got a few rooms going spare.
Alright, where are we going? 3 reeds? It says Whispering Waters, so it might be actually in here. This is 3 reeds, so we're gonna actually just go right there. Make that a little easier trip. If it's a boss, which it is, I'm gonna bet that little Inclo is gonna be the thing.
Let's go.
Let's go! Is this gonna be a hentai version 2.0? Yeah. Hey, Carrot. Beautiful.
Oh
Just any more buckets. All right then.
Oh no, I got gassed.
I'm hurt, Torgal.
I forgot to rage. Oh well. Uh-oh, where's it going? Come back here.
Satan!
I fucked that up. More on the guard. There we go. Woo. I expected more. Mobile Prowler used in crafting. Ooh.
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
Can I stop, like, going slow walking? What's up with this? I don't remember slow walking in here before. That's funny.
Good girl.
Where are we going? We don't need to be here anymore. Going here? Howdy. You let me in?
Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble.
Rude.
I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you asked so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
No promises. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Love what you did with the place.
So, not much going on.
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on ham. Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you ain't backing out now.
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right.
I appreciate it'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
Got it.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your hole.
Can't fire the forges. Uh-oh. What good's a smithy town if you don't have any fire?
I have some things for sale.
Yoink.
Certainly.
Lion and the Hare. Melody seems familiar, but the author is unknown. Curious.
Here you are. Certainly. May we meet again.
North Gate. Okay, I actually want to go through here first. Let's see what's up.
Sorry, but if none of you lot can smell... What's the point of mining this shit if no one...
Looks like I'm going to guess because of the us killing off the crystals, they can't use crystals to light the forges, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. And this should just jump off on the edge. Hi, buddy.
Watch it, stranger.
There's a fort up ahead.
Yeah.
Take a look if you want, but slip and you won't be coming back.
Got it. La, 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 la. Hey, we hit 8 hours again. I should probably take another break here shortly. Probably after we get these side quests turned in again. I'll probably take another shorty.
Isn't there anything we can do to help?
Any side quests? Any items? No? No boxes? Hello.
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
These are mean.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something.
I mean, I could light the forges for you, but I don't know if you're gonna be that way about me.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we gonna...
Let me guess.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Good deal.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the...
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way.
So we got to give them
What I'm trying
technology.
to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravozd won't last long without its furnaces, so... Do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it. It's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest, and you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the Crystal's blessing. Dravost will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you?
All right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin.
Easy.
Need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed out in the fields of Karab.
Time for a spot of...
Down there? Okay. Off I go!
Yeah!
Let's go, Torgal. Let's go. Woof, woof. Oh, hello.
Easy. Thanks, Cal.
Right in his dick. Sorry. Sorry, didn't mean to laser your dick off. I'll leave Noodle alone. In case my good friend Moose is watching. There's one.
Let's make this quick, shall we? Yeah. No holding back.
Ouch! So strong. Like I want to stop using it because it's so strong and making fights very quick. But at the same time, I love it because it's a giant laser.
Decent set of bellows.
Ah, it's rough work. Not to mention the points it takes to master the damn thing just to use it elsewhere. If I put it on Garuda.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding this?
Nothing I couldn't.
Right then. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be...
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. Now, you know what this means?
Sorry about...
Oh, you're okay once we fix
I
things.
take back everything I said. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pit coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer, which will do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. He's a genius. Plain and simple. The man Dravos needed, but he took all his talent and left. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us?
See that you both do.
All right. It'll be a nice little surprise for him.
Nice. Go back to the hideaway. Bunch of quests to turn in. We were good boys.
If it's knowledge you seek.
Woo! Hey, you're back.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, the whole village turned out for a go on the bellows. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see eye.
Oh, but that reminds me.
There you go.
Pit coal cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
Yep.
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now,
don't know how we do either.
Where was I? Oh, yeah.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets.
Nice. Quest complete. Woo! Ouroboros. What could that be? It looks like a belt. Crafting the belt. Oh, yeah, belt. Ah. There's a lot less crafting than I kind of expected. But I'm glad it's not overbearing.
What do you want?
Do I not have everything? I don't. What am I missing?
How am I meant to do that?
Stone tongue.
Anything else?
Stone tongue.
He's a surly soaker.
Well, I didn't see any new hunts available, so unless it's a quest item to tell me to go hunt for it, then I don't know. We'll see.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Just happy to see you.
Here. It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards...
You can take that out of context.
When I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards...
Sometime later?
It is just as I hope. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? You must accept this vial as thanks for your assistance.
What's this? Is this like a bigger potion? An X potion? Please, sir, can I have some more? Necessary for further increasing consumable potency. Okay. Consumable potency maximized. So is that the last quest of it? We obtain a file of invigorating Morgan extract, further increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potions and high potions now restore even more HP, while strength, stone skin, and Lionheart last even longer. Cool. That is just dandy. Give you your tears of mercy.
Cole said it was an army of a cashew.
Oh, wait, I got a reward.
How may I help you today, Clive?
Wow, there's even more. Ability points, ton of them.
You earned this.
Alright. Ring of Swift Shot. Genji gloves. Hey, classic items.
All in good time, eh?
I'm curious what Swift Shot is. Is that gonna make magic faster somehow or something?
Thank goodness you're back. Talia looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you need?
Maybe it'll like make your magic a Gatling gun instead of a charge shot?
Yes, it is. I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but Talia's right. A single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain. It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Daya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigo. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor back in the Southern Isles. on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the true physicker's art, that is,
An art we would be lost without.
tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
So. Poor dude. That is every side quest to be caught up on. Just got a bunch of ability points too. On 3,000. I kind of just want to save them for. I'm sure we're about to get a new thingamajiggy. Or I could add a new skill. Part of me is just keep wanting to try ignition out. But I know it's not the greatest thing. Might be more fun than using Rising Flames, though. Let's give it another shot. Alright, let's save our current progress and take a short break. Get up and stretch. I haven't done that. And we will continue afterwards. What is it? It's only 8 something. This is my, I would say, second to last day. Like, tomorrow's gonna be my last day I can marathon this game. And then I have to kind of go back to normal schedules because Tuesday, I go back to work Wednesday, so Tuesday I have to maintain a normal schedule. Life, unfortunately. So, we will be back shortly. Are we ready? We ready. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Alright, returning to the Ironworks. Let's go! Got some coffee. Brewing a pot. My cat's yelling at me. Look at that boat. Late night coffee is always good. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum.
All right, Clive.
My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Aina is one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
I mean, we haven't even seen it move yet.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharn?
He's an asshole.
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks!
Oh no.
All hands! Man your stations!
Who discovered us? Probably Willowed.
Everyone with me? Here they come.
Easy, we got this. Only a couple. Hope they like lasers.
Mid needs every moment we can give her. Behind me, Lord Rosfield. I'll take care of these fuckers. Behind you? I'll have you know earthbreaking here. One stroke fair into the heart of every man in the fleet. About that offer, Gav? How are we doing, Mid? I thought you said that ship was fast. Old? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers. Come on, then! Which of you lot fancies?
Don't let the classic be carried. Without the pay, and I'll stand if I'm going first.
Damn it! I missed the time to come back here. Nice. That was fun. Best juice I've had out of ignition this whole time.
That was easy enough.
Right.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain. Clive.
Bro?
But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Or was it my eyes? No matter, heads will roll, all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
We got this.
Have care, my friends. It is not blood that runs through an Egan's veins. These foes will not fall easily. They will.
They won't fall easily, will they?
Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up? As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea. Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
In your own time, Clive!
Right.
Well, he's certainly not as strong as his previous forms. I guess that's what happens when you make a bunch of them. But okay, you're good. Gav, you best not die. Good jumps. Run, boy! Use Garuda. You ain't making that jump. Cool. I guess Enterprise escaped. Bum. Off we go.
Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead!
You are barely holding on. Are you sure?
Hold on tight!
On Harry on. No. Okay.
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Offering. Hmm?
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted.
What we
Are you
do?
absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive.
Could use a couple
I have
axes.
many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Oh, ooh, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Cheerio!
Cheerio.
Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Oh, it's Dion. Twinside. What could you possibly be wanting to do back here? I mean, we sucked your Bahamut. Hey, that sounds weird.
All this.
What have I done?
My lord.
You recognize him from being face down? Boom. My boat. It's gonna be a fight? Okay. Full steam, nearby quests. Go!
There's a lot of sea between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Uh-oh.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye! Do you feel that, Jill?
All hands! Battle stations!
Uh-oh.
Let's see what this girl can do.
You're just standing there. Alright.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
I was expecting him to just attack at us.
Great Grigor's gas!
Barnabas.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
I mean, he can just throw those out for days. Smashy.
It's now or never. I'll find her.
Oh, hi there.
Bloody hell! Hard a starboard!
Wish we had ship battles? I don't know. Do we need them? Through the maelstrom.
Where did you hide, Barnabas?
Cut him down!
Oh, you're not done? There you go. Bye. Oh, don't worry about it, buddy.
I need to hurry. We're all going to die.
Oh, meteorite. Thank you.
A proper fighting lass.
Where do I go? Do I go up? Yes. Oh no.
No! There he is! He wants him alive! Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you. Extra seconds!
Stabby.
Too slow.
What's going on with that?
Who'll steer the ship?
You're finished.
Where you going, Torgal? Down? Okay. Ooh, Earthen Fury. Leap! This is a really good setup for like knocking this crap around.
You came.
Get back.
One way to break a lock. Please get those cuffs off her now.
Clive, how did you?
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
Mercy.
Odin. In earnest then.
Jesus. No, your butt's going in there. It looks like you're toppling. Jesus. How long's that gonna stay? Bro? Odin is Moses. Need Odin to find that Titanic ship.
Can you go on?
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
He's a poet.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the mother crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long
Because-
as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Guy's like a Jehovah's Witness coming to your door trying to sell it.
Ever led astray by your blind
Hey, Burb!
resolve.
We got about to get crazy with Odin.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
Bro, chill.
We don't have to do this. Oh, but we do. If only to remind
Can I block it with
you of
Titan?
your
I can block you with Titan. Hell yeah.
In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord
Woo,
will
that broke
still
it.
find you lacking. All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man.
How dare you?
You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. Defend yourself.
All right. I missed.
I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might. Raise your guard.
I don't think there's a way of beating this. I think you're supposed to die here.
You will assume the mantle you've been given. And thus is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon.
I'm not down yet.
Clive!
Why'd you come back?
cannot see. Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The
mean,
breath of the Creator still
that far she
warm
can
on our
run.
lips. We carry
Bunch of water.
his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
Well, they're just explaining everything.
As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Bro's crazy.
Salvation. And abandon everything we hold dear.
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
Oh boy.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try.
Don't look back!
Clive vested. Will of Light. Impulse damage. We actually use impulse, so maybe. Probably not. We just tunneled. MC took an L. Victory. Bruh.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led.
They naked.
We need only wait till dawn.
They very naked.
This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
Then maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe. But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so lone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving.
I don't know if I can put this on YouTube.
Saved. You fight to survive.
You can see Clive's vagina
You
bones.
survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you.
Uh-oh.
To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden
They
will
might.
give you the strength to bear it alone.
I probably will just put like a picture of myself over Clive's crotch area on that spot.
Burdens I carry. My sins, my pain, my sorrow. I see now.
I mean,
they are all a part of me.
He's just sucking the Shiva out of her. I don't know how this is gonna make him better than Barbaros, though. That's the thing. Unless ice powers just naturally counter Odin, but they didn't in all the cutscenes that we've seen. Thank you for the headbat.
If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love, then I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill.
Oh god, they're hand-holding.
We will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I'm afraid of PC mods now. Yeah, look at Final Fantasy VII Remake.
I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
Uh-oh. But I'm so proud of them. So proud of them. Well, time to make an ice bridge. I guess we get to see what Shiva's skills are now, at least. Woo! So let's see. We've pretty much gained an icon every stream.
What of Barnabas? Do we
So, like,
pursue him?
every icon is like at almost 10 hours apart.
No.
It seems.
Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
Each other? Captain.
The Einherja is at the bottom of the sea.
They went all night, holding
The Lord
hands.
won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one.
The boat's that way.
Ash will have to wait.
Dun 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 dun. Back home. Made it all the way out there. Man, we haven't even done any of that zone. Oh boy. Back home. Hey, Otto. What up?
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so.
Oh boy. Cross the Narrow. How much more we got? Power of Ice. Cold Snap. Can swiftly move left, right, backward, forward. Either dodge attacks or close in on an enemy.
Does it, Joshua?
Do something specific?
Assuming Talia will allow it.
And we got a bunch of quests now. Alright, let's look at it. Diamond Dust, of course. Increases number of ice blasts to 2. Increase the number of hits of each blast. Okay. Rhyme. Colossal Ice Crystal that does AoE damage. Increases duration if you upgrade it. Okay. Ice Age. Ooh, that looks cool. Hold button to increase potency. I like it. That one looks fun. Mesmerize. Launch multiple shards of ice that, upon striking lighter enemies, draw them toward... Ooh. Can be used in mid-air? Can all the other ones be used in mid-air? Doesn't say so. Interesting. I like this one. This is kind of something that I've been wanting, is something that brings everything towards you. Because you can like combine that then with ignition, and you can like bring everything to you in one, and then do one big attack with them all there. Or, you know, you can do a Phoenix Flames to everything, or Scarlet Cyclone, etc. What is Cold Snap if you upgrade it? Mastery increases permafrost duration? What does that do? Enemies circle can be used to slide to execute a powerful follow-up attack called Frostbite. So you just can drop an attack with it and it does Frostbite. Precisely dodging an enemy attack with Cold Snap freezes all enemies within a radius. So it's a better dodge. Permafrost duration is determined by the strength of the enemy attack dodged. Interesting. Expensive to master. Sheesh. All right, now we got to think of what we want to do. I mean, I want to bring the new one in, of course. Do we... What do I want to do? Do I want to get rid of Titan? I've always liked Titan. Titan's been fun. But we have worked around Titan too much. So yeah, let's do it. We'll go Shiva. We'll upgrade that. I don't know about Rhyme as much. It didn't seem as fun. Mesmerize and Ice Age seem fun though. Triangle will be the pull-in. Yeah. Shocking, right? I'm still haven't used Garuda specifically much, so I'm kind of tempted to put Titan on there so I can at least have the block. Because I'm using the mastered skills, so I can change out this icon pretty freely to whatever I want. So yeah, let's do that. Try this out. Oh boy, Blacksmith Blues again?
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt.
Huh?
With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from there, are spewing at Aoife like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. A cache.
Oh boy.
Every creature in the area's either turned or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
I won't
Gotta
let
help.
that happen.
I must
Think you
help.
would?
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there.
Blacksmith Blues. Woo. No new hunts though. I'm surprised. Oh, we got another quest down here at the reading table, and we got one all the way down here. Even weirder science. Well, the first weird science made my bag expand somehow.
Clive.
What other
Here
quest
you
you
go.
got? Under new management. Rekindling the flame. Oh boy, we got a bunch of the side quests to do.
Always something in there.
Yep, let's go up this way. Guess we're in for another little couple hours of side questing again. Hour or two, maybe?
With Canva in the hands of Akashic,
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see.
Oh,
Did
you
you
sound
ever
happy.
know?
Don't tell me.
Oh no. We still got plenty of that. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermal amplification and a system of reciprocal recirculatory regenerators that let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only mithril engines get hotter, and you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish neither. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that.
Alright.
Just for the good of the hideaway, I'd be...
Oh.
So,
We've got a couple of examples here.
more fallen material. So this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing. And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we light them up with
sounds
them,
like Goofy.
they'll reflect
Yeah,
the heat
outside,
right back into the
gosh.
furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we...
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes?
That's it, and we're only 3 short, mind. There's one up Amber Way, and another...
All right.
It'll do.
Great. It's only gonna take the better part of an hour. Gotta go to our room? Okay.
How was she?
Other way. Quicker.
Yes. Can we read Miss Editor's story for us?
Can the lost?
Whee! Whee!
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts?
What can you make me?
So, what'll it be?
Ice brand. Ooh. Make it.
Should last you a good while.
That's what I'm wearing. Okay.
And?
Thanks.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Yeah, still haven't gotten the new one. I bet it's like a boss rush mode. Healer's Place. Thank you for helping me guide my mentor free from his mortal coil. Contrary to what the maddening crowns believe, we psychicers are not without our limits. I cannot hope to cure every ill, mend every wound, save every life. The only medicine that will see you home safe without fail is prevention. Not that this knowledge will ever stop you from chasing down some behemoth for its toenails. True, I need those toenails. What's up, Cole? Lady Doris refuses all of her son, but okay.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me. But I could...
Ooh. Guess we'll run to her. We can teleport out, you're right. Yeah, we can teleport everywhere. Sheesh, we're gonna be hitting some places. All those green spots are something we gotta do. What's this? Forcing a cutscene on me. More work.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was,
Where are
she
you?
insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the beast. I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on already.
Alright.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
Alright, we got everything here. Guess we'll just start up here. Grab the new quests and do what we got here. Ooh. Where's the new quest at? In the Vale. Got it. Hydrated.
There were ghosts at the gates, not days.
Those things I said before.
So many were injured.
Ooh, look at the purple. How you doing, lady?
Oh, Clive. What am I to do?
I don't know.
My
What'd you do?
wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government.
He's dead.
Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold, a foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason...
What does Captain Philippe make of? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrec.
Yes.
A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve.
Yes.
And to improve the soldiers' lot within it.
Mm-hmm.
The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men. If it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf for your services to Northreach? You have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to his eminence. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from... Well?
I mean, sure, I'll do it.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I find this Duke of Orif in the garrison?
Overseeing the troops.
All right.
Under new management. Woo. We're getting there. So that's just right over there. Oh, it's not letting me mark things properly. I gotta go to my journal. We're not in their area for that one, so that's fine.
I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony.
Maybe.
Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Excuse me.
Halt.
Halt?
Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass, but you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison, and I shall see it But tell me, is it wealth that you seek?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, you are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant.
No.
Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting pride of place, in fact. For too long, but no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared, which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins.
Only.
Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command.
No.
If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government, one whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary, so that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely.
Hello?
The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that? You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later.
He's got his hands full.
A citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
Oh, gotta go on the other side of the wall. Whee! Wait, what's this? We've never gone in here. Oh, it's the blacksmith spot. I see. Nothing there. Bop, bop, bop.
But there were ghosts at the gates, not days ago.
Hi, dude.
All right there. What is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
Over here? Actually, do I need potions? There we go.
Welcome, welcome.
I don't.
And a fine, fine day to you.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
I got peppers to numb your tongue up.
I heard the dame got an eye concert with the widows.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get me started.
You build a life for yourself somewhere only for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses, he's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Back we go inside. Back on the road again.
Excuse me, do you have a moment?
No.
I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, he's made a lot of enemies coming in the way he did. But I mean, look around us. You can see the state the realm's in. The traders might not like having the screws put on them. But if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
Alright, just how it rolls. Where are you? I have to go to this one. Okay. Do, 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 do.
You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame, but I've got a family to look after. That's where my loyalties lie, not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us cement and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't care how he does it.
I left everything.
Excuse me.
The veil will see to you.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sandbreck is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Sabine,
How do I get there? I can go this way.
embarrassing me.
I don't know if that's like his wife or something that's just like giving him the biggest shit ever. What you doing, dude?
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds.
Two? I only got one.
It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either.
Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls.
Duty calls.
So I better go. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
That's a good start. It's just so much story of everything.
How did you fare? Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders, and not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrak, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying.
I don't know about that.
Oh, hi, dude.
What happened to your uniform?
You
I
quit.
handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about, protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together. With you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet, especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again.
I'll be here.
Until then, Clive.
Until then.
That was just a back and forth talking quest. A lot of EXP. I'm gonna level up too. Oh, I won't. Surprise. But we gotta go out here for this part. Even weirder science. Teleport. Save me like the 15 seconds to walk out there. Ah, excuse me.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Fly! Close enough. Raptors. Bombs. I'm going the wrong way. Get out of my way.
I need to deal with these ones first. Thanks, girl.
Stay down.
Now to find this spherical echo.
Nice. Spherical. Thank you.
This is it.
One down. Oh boy. We're done here. Cool. Man, I got all these ones to just hit. Cool. We'll hit this one because there's two. 2 for 1. Probably gonna be a lot of talking, just so you guys know.
Laura should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Let's check this merchant. We got something new.
Just because the heavens have gone to Rackaroon, it don't mean we're...
Anything
catch your eye?
Rune blade. Breath of ice, right? Reduces cooldown by 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Very well.
Oh, we got the Earth and Fury. That one might be good because it's 13 seconds off of Earth and Fury, which is the bigger one, but I'm not using it right now. Flare Breath, Iron. Will of Damage Magic of Magic. This is Magic Burst, which I guess is when you hold it. When you hold your burst. Excuse me. Increases potency of high potion. Strength tonic, upheaval. Combo damage. Let's just put combo damage on. See how that goes. Alright, we're trying to find her in this area. Where you at, girl?
I've got greens of all
You're not gonna be done. No, you're not.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Hello.
It's been a pleasure. I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance.
Ooh.
She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away.
That was her just so.
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrec. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort. She's dangerous, Sid. But I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can...
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead.
Got it. Pick up this other quest while we're here.
Clive, I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up at Seeds for
All right.
planting. Thought it was about time I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime. But if these pools going to survive, as of those, they've lived their whole lives in Serve. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic. Sir Wade's putting
Oh,
a brave
boy.
face on it. But I think even he's starting to worry.
Got it.
All right.
Thanks, there.
Gizal Green.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit.
Mouth-watering crop?
But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better
Excuse
that
me?
than something that'll wither away at first frost, and chocobos love them too, which is no small thing. Well, they ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're...
I'll take your word.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. I'll go up there.
I'm sure you...
Alright, so we got stuff in all the directions. We can knock 2 of those off down here. Sir Wade's up here, and this one can you teleport to real quickly, so we can just do that. Makes it easier. Repeat that. You can fill a hole. Never said which hole.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow.
Hey, Wade!
Ah, Lord Rossfield.
That's me.
What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from...
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed. Only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their...
We know.
They know little of freedom. Unless we teach them how to live like free men. Not
We
that myself and the
literally
Guardians
just
have
had
been
this
the best.
conversation.
It's about time we all started to provide.
I don't like skipping text, but...
Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides both.
The Horde is close.
Uh-oh. A horde!
They're coming, Sir Wade.
Damn it all. I thought... Gather the men in the square.
Yes, Sir Wade.
Good thing I'm here. I'm timely here.
A veritable legion of them. We don't have the numbers to hold...
Now you're out of...
Precisely.
What if you could call...
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men, though they may not be trained soldiers like your guardians?
You're right, my lord. I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
They look happy.
You would send us to the slaughter. To serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you?
No!
Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves?
No! Oh, nice
Or will
spot.
you fight like free men and women?
I like how they handed her the pan. Like they rehearsed this. It's like, we're gonna say this. I need you to hand a pan at this part.
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine. Or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together.
Yeah.
Peaceful.
Peaceful. Woo. Good job, Wade.
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
I'm glad we had time to have that speech before the Horde got here. That they just announced was going to come in.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me?
Lord Rossfield, my lady.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade. But you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, each shielding the other that no man might fall. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
Up to it.
The calm before the storm.
Oh, hey guys.
And here it comes. I will not let this village fall.
Ouch. Oh, that's it? I was expecting more. Did I get more? 43. We big boys.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride, and it...
Well, the better half of her guard is... So wait, how many Akash...
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the work... I could order a detachment or two...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. I'll go after the curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
Yeah, we got this. Where am I going? Down there? Okay. This side quest is popping off.
Next one's mine. I might not know one.
Give me that. Excuse me. What was this one? Rhyme? No, I want to try that one more than, not Ice Age, but Mesmerize. I'm not liking it as much as I thought I would. Let's get this one. Might try Diamond Dust too. Development time for this? They actually turn this game around pretty quickly, from my understanding.
There it is. With me, Torgal. Nice try.
Yeah, I like Rhyme better. Used in crafting.
All right. Back to Eastpool.
Back. Written 10.5. Sheesh. I'd like to like get all these side quests done so that like when I pick up again tomorrow, I can just go straight into more story.
Lord Rossfield, the curl, is it?
It's dead.
Gone.
Thank the founder. We were able to eradicate the rest of the... I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further... I hesitate to say it, but...
I think it might.
We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends.
No, Sir Wade. You brought us together.
We never had nothing to call our own before, but now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade.
Hmm.
You and your people saved us. And still we doubted, but there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now. We have to fight to protect what's ours.
And we shall. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away...
They'll have us to answer to.
Yeah.
This village isn't going to rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
Eastpoolian.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud, all
Pudlian. Okay.
I'll have to pull my weight too. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course. And us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together?
Yeah, there's a
Clearing the
hentai.
goblins from the Stillwind marshes.
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up, when the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor. I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
Yay! Alright, so we need to hit those two. Let's go turn this one in. Got a big quest log to clear. I feel like it's the last hurrah of quests. We're close to it. So it's like, hey, here's a ton.
The here is luck. Not only did
I just...
and it's take it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mum.
So he's and a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your right.
I know that, but
That's
I never
long.
stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves.
It's just people.
Though I suppose the rest ain't much different now. You know, bearers living free like that. Reminds me of when I first met Sid, loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye.
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me.
Oh? Hey,
He
Sid's
showed up
background.
at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day that whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers, just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings. It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
A wee bit.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Boom. Thank you for money. Hey, signboard. Play in chambers. Okay. These are the ones that we have on us now. But there's more to get. Alright, so we gotta go down. Actually, the quickest will be here, then we can cut across there. Ooh. Oh, the Oddale Docks, the town that was slaughtered by the Black Shields. That's great. I'm sure this place is in lovely condition. Goblin. How do we get there? We gotta... Wait, do I have to go across? I have to be up the bridge? I don't know if I can be up there, can I? Oh, it's... Fuck, I was thinking I had to go above the bridge. No, it's just right here. I'm dumb. Hello?
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pet.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
I don't know how you saw me.
You're welcome to try.
I can only just see the giant fire ice thing in my face. Enemy slay.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade. You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Criminal?
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have... This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder.
Oh, that's rude.
She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible. Surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
No.
I never swore my blade to you. Nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
You think you're just gonna walk away?
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be, and she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right.
I am. And thank you for everything.
All right.
And I should head back to the hideaway.
Bam. I had another quest in the area.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master? She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sandbreak. Went quietly, or so we're told, and she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you came here. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
Boom. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Nice. Reading table. Okay. Nothing really new here. All these extra quests. Blah. Back here. There we go. That's where we were trying to head to. Going through Amber? Yeah, that'd be easy. Depending how long this one takes, this might be the last quest we do.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Excuse me. Yo, you okay here, bud? Doesn't look like a safe place.
Damn it. The whole village is turned. Back to the stables, girl.
Nice. Yeah, we gotta go up top here. Hey, bombs! Ooh, indeed. With how all this stuff is set up, I'm feeling like Ignition is being counterintuitive again. Like, I really like the skill overall, but it's not helping. I mean, I don't have to use Phoenix either. Ugh. Oh, I could upgrade Time Block, that's right, because I do use 10. I do like Heat Wave. The Phoenix Shift is pretty good. What would I want to change it to if I did? Nah, it's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Rising again. Keep Heat Wave, keep Rising. Alright. Oh, we got some boys.
It's over.
Bye, boys. Uh-oh, my controller.
to go.
Nice. That is all that's here. Even though they're there, we can grab those quests there. Yeah, let's grab this. That's not a far. It depends if that's on the top or the bottom. Oh, that's gonna probably be up top. So you just need to go south.
Come on.
Whee! Hey, random mob. I don't know what that blew up. I think the bomb blew up. I don't know what happened. Took a lot of damage from something. I was like, oh, must be the bomb, I guess.
That's all of them. Owen can uncross his toes now.
Alright, so we got the other quest down here. We'll grab this guy. Weird. It was probably the bomb exploding. I just wasn't paying attention.
Everything's back the way it
Kinda
was.
happens after 11 hours of streaming.
Hell of a lot.
Where's that damn quest? Oh, it's right here.
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure?
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you...
Since we brought everyone together. All
Yes, we
is
did.
absolutely wonderful. And firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. And the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders. Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just over the...
May therein.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front, and they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws. And they grow more organized by the day.
We'll fight them all off just like last time, won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue, the longer we avoid facing our best by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the corps, perhaps...
Yes, let's go.
How could I refuse?
Vict, I haven't...
I'll go in.
We're gonna speak to him, alright. Lines in the sand. Ooh. You're there. Oh boy. Blacksmith Blues.
What's the difference between a lord and
I feel like I'm not making like any progress on this stuff.
Sounds like we have some competition.
I think I can go like 10 more minutes and break the 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, the 11 hours. Let's do it. I have a goal to work
Still in
towards.
Dalamil, Victor.
Hi, Vic.
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnes by now.
I did. Then I came back.
Oh.
I've developed something of a fondness for the place, and having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, a sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
He asked for my aid in
Everything.
putting down the bandits, and he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon, at as many camps as we can.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
All of them.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
There we go. Okay. Chocobo, baby, let's go. Let's go around that.
Those
Okay.
ne'er-do-wells want the bad.
Ne'er-do-wells. Chocobo. I saw a dragon though. Salamander. Oh, I tried kicking it. So the frostbite's pretty damn good from my early tests. If you dodge properly with it and it does the small freeze, yeah, pretty nice. Especially on those big enemies,
That must be the camp Victor
you
mentioned.
just can break
Come
them
on,
so much
Togo.
more easier now. Hey kids.
That's him. The one who killed Locke and Fingers. Take his head off.
Take my head off. Really?
Finished.
Boom. Thank you. You okay?
Let Victor know.
Sid, where are you?
Right here?
Ah, I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but
No.
what is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalamil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. Which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who has made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here. But I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
Oh, look, everyone's a
All
racist.
lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change. We need to do something. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most impartial of interlocutors. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants,
How
however,
dare you save those
is a
children?
trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I...
How dare you save those children? How dare.
Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but...
And that...
Why are you taking the bearer's side?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
You all alone.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but... could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil, and they will thank you not to get involved.
Wow.
The townsfolk have made their minds up.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refuse to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope.
Still hope, but it's hopeless.
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them in...
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true. That rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against.
For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their mind.
I would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, and so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor? Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Right then. If there's anything I can do, I'll bear it in mind.
Quest complete. I'm sure there's gonna be a follow-up. Maybe not right now, but there will be. Alright. I'm not gonna knock this one off. This is where we stop. Because we just broke 11 out. Yeah, let us save. Stretch, save. And we shall call it a good night here. I will start getting all the, what is it? I got parts like 4 through 10. I got to start uploading to YouTube overnight. And then I'll get all those uploaded, hopefully, when the morning comes. That's gonna be pretty much all I'm doing for the night. And I'll start chopping up this one into the bits. And getting that one ready for posting too. So, as always, appreciate everybody coming out. Have a good night. I hope everyone has, I don't know, everyone has a good night. Everyone, yeah, do the thing. Like, I'm super tired and gonna go to bed now. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. Stay chill. Stay cool. Because, you know, we just got Shiva powers.